So, off camera, I have been doing a little bit of work in Railroads Online for this last week. I've also been focusing on cleaning up the 112 car session from Railroader. That has been a task and a half to do. But I have designed a custom map. I'm not entirely sure if it's good, but I think it's okay. I think it's decent. And today, we're gonna build pre-built tracks for those for the lazy people who don't like the actual track building and just want to run trains. Currently watching from DA South rather than instead of DA North. For some reason, all I could think of was DA Games or whatever. There's two variants, North and South. Can't wait to see what Stir does with the Class 125. We're not going to have a Class 125 this stream. Right now I'm more focused on setting up this map. I've already, hold on, let me get Railroads Line Extended running so that I can turn on flight. I've already built a basic track route here with a Y, little yard, small engine shed, and it runs all the it kind of just follows the dev cut, admittedly, but hey, if there's dev cut, it just means my work is cut out for me. So we already have this little route that links up the logging camp to the sawmill. It's like a 3% grade or something like that. And bam, logging camp. Today for me is pain. I'm trying to create my own loco in Roblox Studio, and I'm halfway between slamming something into the ground and grabbing a knife. Slam the knife into the ground, 100. Show the industry layout. This is what we got so far. So there's 2 logging camps, just so that you can haul more logs, because you're going to need a lot of lumber and beams. And I tried to position things in pairs of 2. Kind of. So there's a meatpacking plant, an iron smelter, water well, and dredge. I guess all 4 of these are kind of close together. Freight depot and railway express agency, cattle farm and gold smelter, ironworks and stamp mill. The refinery and gold mine are actually in 2 kind of different locations. The refinery's up by the lake, while the gold mine's down below the waterfalls. So that's the basic plan we have so far, and today we're going to try and link everything. Wish me luck. That is more than I was expecting from this new map. I know, it's massive, dude. There's so much. That's pretty long for it being a little route. It is kind of long for it being a little route, which is why I decided to go for some bigger engines. If we go all the way back to the sawmill over here. It's exactly why we have ourselves a Class 48 and Ferry's Cliff House. Alka and Tungi. I'll admit, the only reason I bought these engines originally was because the Ferry's Cliff House is so expensive for what it's worth. It really... Why... Where is the price on this sucker? Like, bruh, it's about as powerful as... No, it's not even as powerful as the Eureka. It's about as powerful as, like, the Montezuma. You know, the Montezuma is $2,500, while this sucker is $3,900. What the heck? Did you see my community post about 4449? No. I don't often check other people's channels. Also, I have to re-engage my flight. I'm just going with the standard layout, but I might change some of them. I cannot blame you. I'm honestly not entirely sure what if I did the right thing by placing the industries where they are. I don't know if I did a good idea or not, but there's only one way to find out, and that's to let other people playtest this. Hello, Max. Welcome to the stream. What is the point of the 242 being tier 2 when it burns coal? A lot of people say, oh, why do these engines burn coal? They're so cheap. Dude, like, coal burning, you're not going to run out of coal. Ever. And if you somehow don't link up to the coal mine by the time that you've run out of coal, what have you been doing with your life, you know? Because this engine, I don't remember how much it has, but you would be surprised how long this much fuel lasts. I was playing Rotor a bit ago with my Atlantic in a short goods train. I was going 25 to 30 miles per hour approaching Red Marble, and then I started the grade and accelerated to 55 miles an hour. Downhill or uphill? Because if you're going 55 miles an hour uphill, that's concerning, dude. You should see a doctor about that one. Is your delete tool also kind of buggy / not consistent? Not really. I think it's been fine. Multiplayer is still broken beyond recognition. When is it not? When is it not broken beyond recognition? I'm trying to get class 125 on my cheat save, but Rare Studios and updating money XP for some reason use extended. That's what I'm doing right now. Look at how much money I have. Extended works just fine. Oh god, hold on. I need to adjust my keybinds, because if I don't, I'm going to just constantly be changing my, my character's emotes. Well, hold on. No, I don't want alt. Just want Q. Increase, decrease, toggle, increase, decrease, switch type. Edit construction grid. Alright, that's better. Oh right. Wait, I'm so used to using the numpad now. That's not what I'm supposed to do. Even though Railroads Online Extended is being shut down? Oh, that's a shame. It's a really useful tool. Dev has lost interest. You know, that is fair. That is fair. We all move on to other projects over time. Life doesn't stay stagnant. Actually used up the last of the 242's coal, running it up to the coal mine so that it could be the switcher there. I did use a lot of coal firing it up, like 15 times, since it was a helper engine. Okay, that is fair. I haven't run the new engine all that much, so I don't actually know how fast it runs out of coal. What is it saying? Uphill slow, downhill fast? I don't know. Depends on what saying you're thinking about. Is there a way to stop the day/night cycle? Go into options, gameplay, custom weather, set this to 0. Okay, that's not true. The way you set it is that. Because now it will take legitimately years for 1 second to pass. You see the roads and line extended isn't getting any more updates. That was mentioned just like a moment ago in stream. A shame, but also like everybody has their own lives sometimes and our interests move on. That's okay. Hope the guy's doing well and that he finds some other fun projects to do with life. Got to 55 downhill and ended up passing another train. It was an extremely long coal train pulled by 2 decas. At the end wasn't cleared off my line and yep, kaboom! Yes, Rico, kaboom. Gotta play RRO sometime soon. Haven't played in about a week due to school and other things that I won't get into detail about here. I wonder. I'm kind of surprised that I haven't touched this game in over 2 months now. But, I guess interests just change over time. Hey, Wes, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. How do you like the map so far? I haven't really had enough time to experiment or explore it, to be honest. But of what I have seen of it, it's alright. Don't have much more to say about it than that. It's very pretty, I'll give it that. And it's gonna be interesting running trains over like a 70-mile stretch of track. Because, good lord, this map is huge. Is Montezuma older than the Betsy? I have no clue. I could probably look it up. I think she probably is. But that's not knowledge I know off the top of my head. Have you moved the iron mine? I moved basically every industry on this map. I think my main regret, now that I'm actually looking at it, is how close the iron ore mine and smelter are. All things considered, they're kind of close, proximity-wise. But then you look at it from, like, a height-wise situation. It's like, okay, you know what, I can understand why the two things would be so close. Realistically, whenever a refinery or smelter too far from the mine. Yeah, but realistic be damned. I want to have a fun railroad to run, man. Is the map too big at this point? I think it's okay. I don't know. I guess it really depends on your own personal preference of whether you like running trains over large distances or if you prefer short distances with a lot of switching. I smell a switchback incoming. We could do a switchback. That's an idea. I'm not entirely sure what I plan on doing here. not gonna lie. Hello, Corey. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're on the new map. Currently just screwing around. It's not big enough. The runs must take like 6 hours to do. Dak, at that rate, why don't we just set a rule that you're only allowed to have 0.5% grades? I haven't done much on Aurora Falls, but I do like how much flatter Aurora Falls is to Lake Valley. What I like is that the flatness is bigger, but there still is a lot of height variation. I mean, look at this little mountain we're on right now, you know? It's just in the middle of the map. And if you go down to the oil field, you know, there's basically this little canyon you have to run along to get there. If you go up to the gold mine... Actually, you know what? Let's go to the gold mine. Let me show you guys where I've decided to position that thing. It's close to where one of the old gold industries was, but... Tried the 125 yet? Nope. I do not intend to. Not right now, at least. God, it takes forever. Where is this? Where's the gold mine? It's over here somewhere, right? Oh, there it is. I see it. Whistle on my 040 sounds like some sort of bird screaming into the sky. Ah, fellow Corvid enjoyer, I see. So I positioned the gold mine here to incentivize players running alongside the river, because like this is gonna be a beautiful little route as you follow this stream. 125 is so ugly. I think it can be okay. I of course have my reservations about its strength and power, but where was it? Headlight, smokestack. Wait, no, this one. Bam. It's a little bit janky and chonky, but I like it. Looks wise. Have you heard about the Great Locomotive Chase? What, the one with the general? Oh my god, really? It killed my flying again? Come on now, game. Just let me float about in peace. Please. Alright, you know, I need to focus on building track. I know I want to explore the map. I've already done it though, and I can't get too distracted. So wait till you see a lima with a slope back tender. 125 tender is god-awful ammo. It's a little weird on such a large engine. Like, that's a switcher's tender. That's something you'd see on a USRA 060 sometimes. Why the heck is it on a class 125? It was on the real thing for some reason. Interesting. I mean, just chalk it up to narrow gauge jank, man. Teleport shed now has a loading screen. That's nice, I think. I mean, the entire game has gotten that loading screen, you know? They've added it to everything. It's an 060 tender, only that the Grand had a drinking problem. Kenosha would like to know your location. I think I have my keybinds backwards, by the way. I used to have it so that 1 would increase the, hold on. I have it backwards. 1 would increase the gradient, and 2 would decrease it. So let's go ahead and set that to 2. 1, no, I don't want left alt, I want 1, I want 2. There we go. Much better. It's gonna kill my flight in a moment or two. I hate it. I know it's coming. Do you prefer 3-foot narrow gauge or 4-foot standard gauge? Isn't it like 4 feet 8.5 inches though? Wouldn't just straight up 4 feet still be narrow gauge? I prefer standard gauge, generally speaking. Not playing Railroad or taking a break to play Railroads Online? Yeah, taking a break. Also, Luna Ridge's anniversary is on Monday, and so I kind of feel obligated to make something for it. I would buy a Shay and paint it up just like Annabelle, but I don't have the time nor the money. There's one at my local shop that's at a really good price, but I just don't have the cash for it. Uinta's going, watch this! Oh god. You know, there is an engine that I now own that can handle 8% grades. The woes of man, not enough cash for trains. Back up till they work out what they want out of it. Out of the Shay. I know what price they want out of it. It's not bad. It's $225. At least that's what my father says. Admittedly, they didn't have a price tag on it yet, but my father, he works at the shop. He knows the owner. He's a friendly guy. Alright, chat. What is the steepest grade that we use for this railroad? Just refueled from 0.16 tons of coal to 0.8. Back to shunting. Narrow gauge drinking game. RGS wins on the worst situation overall, D and RGW on the strangest locomotive design choices, Uinta on track, and the Sumter Valley on the most crashes by a landslide. What gauge? 0-30? Yeah, it's an 0-30 Bachmann 2-truck Shay. It's got some stutter to it, but it's DCC, it's sound, it's got most of its parts still intact. It wouldn't look exactly like Annabelle. I'd have to do a lot of overhaul to get it to that point, but it's just pretty close, you know. It's a Class A Shay. It's a good start. 4%, 5, 4, 5. Man, there's a lot of 4 and 5. 10, TK. TK. 7.5, 4 to 7, 7. Jesus, you guys have a lot of ideas. Maybe we need a poll for this one. Did you buy the thing that shall not be named? We have not purchased a Class 125, Wes. I probably will have to once I finish this save, because I know people are going to want to run it. And the save is just going to be one of those saves that I build for other people rather than for myself and just post publicly or whatever. But currently, no. None of that. My sanity is maintained. For the awesome, just use a corkscrew. I mean, we could do a Georgetown loop. That's something we could do. %, 5.5. 5.5, is that doable? I don't know. It depends on what engine we want to have dedicated for this line. So, I guess I should tell you guys what I'm thinking for this route. I'm thinking that the route will have some dedicated West Side Lumber Co. dump cars. Probably get a string of these. But I don't know, like, what car would it bring up? Because you need beams, you need lumber. Would just grab cars and interchange from the main road and drag those up? Or what's the plan with that? That's the problem I'm wondering about. And what engine do we wind up using, you know? Do we go for something like a Climax, a Heisler, a Shea? Hey, it's Annabelle! Okay. Now it's Annabelle. There we go. That's better. Hello, TTT. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Have you seen the Aurora lights yet? Yes, I have, Pontus. I have. I think the DNRG had the slopeback tender fitted to the Class 125 for switching work for a time, and while they worked out what they wanted to do with the 282... What? So they had their strongest engine in their fleet, at least I assume their strongest, and they decided to make it a switcher? Excuse me? That's quality. An army of Betsy's. We'll have like 7 Betsy's. We'll have a Philip. We'll have a couple of Philips. Heisler, I think. I think Heisler and Climax is probably the best, which means these engines are quite strong. And if these engines are quite strong, then we don't need to worry about the grades too much. You going to name your railroad or not? Not really, no. This railroad right now is just generic. Whatever I want to build, I build. So is the line narrow or standard? It's narrow. I mean, that's why I went with 0-30 in the first place, was because we had this narrow gauge video game, and so why not build a narrow gauge model railroad, you know? Got a couple of Model Train Club members railroader, and yesterday one of the guys pulled a 40-car, 250-ton passenger train with 5 Berkshires. The ultimate Polar Express. For an April Fool's update, the dev team should make John Railroader hit the gree. Could you imagine the the emotes mod from Lethal Company, but it's just in in Railroads Online? That'd be terrible, and I would love to see it. Oh my god, do we really need a steel bridge already? Are we that high up off the ground? Or was I not going to... Oh, I wasn't going downhill. I forgot to set my gradient properly. No, that still didn't work. No. I can't use the pretty bridge. What's the differences between HO and ON30? ON30 is O scale, so it's 1 to 48, while HO is 1 to 87.1. So ON30 represents narrow gauge. No narrow gauge locomotive can escape being the Durango switcher. Even a Sumter Valley locomotive was the Durango switcher at some point. It's how they break in engines to the railroad. It's how they test their talents and skills. Don't get to use the nice bridges. I know, we gotta use the boring steel. Wait a minute. Actually reading the comment has given me an idea. And I think I can use the less boring bridge. So we'll do 25 meters, because people basically voted that the maximum grade on this kit is 4% at minimum, and like at maximum 7%. So why should I just have a 1% bridge? Oh, you've gotta be kidding me. Already? Already it doesn't want to place. We've been here for 5 seconds, and it's already failing. But do they run on the same HO gauge track? Yes, they do. Debating if I should use number 2 or number 3 paint, and what to name my first operational mud hen. Name it Steve. I don't know why, just name it Steve. Finally managed to fix my dumb loco. Turns out I had the torque too low. Rip. Just have none of the torque, all of the speed. The bridge to nowhere is the best design choice. Exactly. Everybody who plays on this save is gonna love the fact that you can yeet your trains into the abyss. It's all part of the experience. It's all part of the fun. Fun for the whole family. What do you think of the new loco? What do you expect? It's pretty, but of course I have my reservations. Kind of strange that it still has the switcher's tender. I guess the reason they probably put the switcher's tender on is because the engine otherwise would have been too big for the turntable. Actually, does anybody know if the Class 125 can fit on the turntable? Is that a thing? Fits on snugly, just barely fits. That doesn't surprise me. Also on the 125 is complete dookie. I actually liked it, I think. I don't remember, minimally. I have not run that engine. I've avoided touching it for various reasons. I thought it was nice. I am terrible at parkour. You know the song Diggy Diggy Hole, right? Yes, of course I do. My strongest memory of Diggy Diggy Hole is getting mad at my mother in the car because she was singing it and I wanted to sing it alone. I was like 7. Okay, that's not gonna work. If I get the 282, it's going to be named something like Hal because it's big and strong, but has no reason to be so and only causes problems with strength. Just name all your engines after rogue AIs from video games and movies. Go for GLaDOS. Oh wait, hold on. This is supposed to be 70 meter, not 50. What am I doing? Name it Wheatley. Warning! Core corruption at 100%. Wait, did I seriously just forget to put this on a grade? Should I name my 040 Dockyard Shunter? Standing name is Joel. I mean, that sounds decent to me. I think Joel's a fine name. You know how detrimental tender weight can be on a grade, though? I guess it makes sense in that way. That is kind of fair. Get the smallest tender possible so you can use the most out of the overpowered. Oh god, that's floating. Well, just don't mention it. Don't look at that. Don't look too closely. If anybody ever looks too closely, just to gaslight them. Lie, blatantly lie, and try to convince them that it's not the case. The tracks aren't floating. New Loc is based off the early K-27s, right? Yes. Yes, it is. It's settled. The new name is Stir. The Dockyard Shunter is literally my only locomotive. Dude, if you're gonna name it Stir, at this point, people are going to name their locomotive roster after me. It's only a matter of time until somebody names their firstborn child. I'm calling it now. Hey, Smokey, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Already done. Bet. You give me 5 minutes. We can fix this. We can make it a reality, Toady. You know, the Tallyglyn Railway in Wales has a gauge of 2.3? Yes. Or 2 feet 3 inches, isn't it? Strange little gauge. I know about it. If I'm having a child, I'm gonna name it Wasabi Senpai. Could you imagine? Father, why am I called Wasabi Senpai? Senpai, now's not the time. You don't want to know. You're too young. You're too young, kid. You have so much to live for. Every time I load the game, the liveries on my engine go blurry. Does that happen to you? I don't think it does. But I do have an RTX 4070, so, like, graphics issues are not something that happens to me very often. Flying Scotsman has been everywhere. Oh yeah? Has it been to the Darjeeling Railway? Join stream and all I'm hearing is the mobster personality of yours talking about his senpai. That's enough internet for today. Hello, Hillbilly. Hello, Eon. Welcome to the stream, you two. Welcome to the stream. Long time no see, Eon. Hope you're feeling a little better. Do you think Bachmann is ever going to produce new Owen-30 locos? I mean, it's not off the table. They did make the trench engine, you know? And that was a pretty wild prototype to build, because, like... I understand that that war stuff is cool to some people, but, like, it's specifically model railroading war stuff, it just... I don't know. Kind of a weird gamble, if you ask me, but it paid off, I think. I hope. I pray. But considering that they were willing to make that and the 060, I wouldn't be surprised if they made more down the line. I've seen an 030 Betsy and its maximum tonnage is a single boxcar and a 5% grade. I have two 030 Betsies, an 042 and an 040, and from what I've heard, the 042 can actually handle an 8% grade with 2 cars in tow. They have to be some of those side dump cars or whatever, though. They gotta be pretty small. Trench locos were sold off and used all over the place after those, so they fit in a lot of layouts. That is true, but my one problem with it is, why are they all painted in wartime gray? Please. I beg of you. I want a different color. I want black. Please, give me that funny Henry Ford quote. It's all I ask. Please. I was thinking of picking up one for my father's birthday. That's in 8 days. It's gonna be Saturday next week. Because I'm trying to figure out what birthday gift to get him. But I've got an idea. I've got a plan. I know how I'm gonna make it work. Maybe. As long as the eBay bid doesn't get outbid. If it does, I've got to change my plan. But that's alright. I know how I can change my plan. Wow, 2 cars! I know, it's so impressive. Hello, Joel. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I'm enjoying the update. I'm really liking the new UI. Well, okay, not the driving UI, but like the track laying UI is really nice so far. Been having a good time with that. Answer to your problem is repaint it yourself. See, there's another problem with repainting it, which is I kind of need my father's help if I'm gonna do that, but I also want it to be a surprise, you know? I wanna shock him with whatever thing I get him. And if I need his help airbrushing or spray painting or doing, what's it, adding primer to the side of it, he's kind of gotta figure out what I've got him for his birthday. Want them to start making some HO130 stuff. I have a layout in the works, but I had to scratch build a bunch of equipment. It'd be nice if there was more support for more than just ON30 when it comes down to narrow gauge, like common support, you know. So there's a Betsy with a tender right, or is that someone janking a loco IRL? In game, or in ON30? Or what are we talking about when we say Betsy with a tender? Because I know they existed IRL. I know people made models, excuse me, of them, but like in game, I haven't seen somebody do that yet. I like the track UI. Still wish they would do escape to leave each of the menus. I know, right, Eon? I've been instinctively hitting it constantly when I've like been placing down industries and what else is there? What I've been placing down industries and facilities. It's like, bruh, just close, please. I don't need the menu right now. I love everything about this update except for the tip that won't go away in the top right corner. It drives me nuts when I try to take it seriously. I know, right? Like, it's nice to have. It's a nice quality of life feature, but, like, can we please have a button to disable that? Like, it's become second nature to me. Please. I don't need to see it every 5 seconds. I know how to lay track. I know how to open the menu. I beg of you. Leave me be. I have chucked a boiler and half a cab onto my dumb loco, and now I'm really regretting my life choices. Send help? Nah, we don't send help here. I'm a Splatoon player. We send kelp, because we have to have the sea-themed jokes. Do you know that Tallyclin Railway's number 2 Dolgok ran the entire way on one cylinder from 1951 to 1953? Yes, I've heard that story before. Slope tender on the Class 125, was that really a thing? Apparently so. It is very weird, and it feels like they just took a tender for a switcher and put it on, but apparently it was used for a switcher for a while. And it does help to make the engine fit on the turntables, which is always a decent thing to consider, you know, for those of us who like turntables. What happens when an engine reaches 0 boiler pressure? Ah, nothing. Just kind of dies and sits there and cries itself to sleep at night. You now reminded me of something. The 700 EO is looking at sold, and now my last hope for getting one seems to be the OGR forum. As if tests and emotion problems weren't enough problems for this week. Rip. God, I saw that saga of yours where there was that issue with the criminal investigation or whatever. For fraudulent claims. Tallyclin is the inspiration for the entire Skarloey Railway? Yeah, isn't that like common knowledge? Did Lake Valley get updated with all the new industries? Probably not. Not that I've heard. I could do a Lake Valley industry rebuild, but I'm more interested in the new map, because, I mean, come on now. It's the new map. Here they're doing a UI update soon, and they're remaking everything with Black Sheep. Dude, the UI they added right now, this is so much better than it was before. So much better. I'm not a huge fan of the third-person train driving UI, but if more UIs are gonna be like the one we're using right now, that's exciting. Make it sound like trains robbed me. They might have. They could have. They had an opportunity. Generally like this update, and so far I really enjoy the new map, but I vaguely remember some minor key function missing that got me a little irritated. If you ever remember what the key function is, please feel free to let us know, because reasons, stuff, things. Maybe a developer will watch this and hear your complaints. But yeah, I really like the update so far, too. I don't know if this will really get me back into the game, because the core issue of mixed freight still isn't really solved unless you're forced into it, but there is a good attempt at making things more interesting, because the gold mine industry, doesn't one of the industries take in 4 items at once? Like the mine itself or something? Do you see the new scroll wheel? What's the scroll wheel do? No? I have not? All this talking is making me want to play Reds Online again. Yes! Poison the well! But I can't until they fix the texture issues. What, does it just frustrate you too much? Thinking of maybe buying a copy of Reds Online. Which map is the easiest to get started on? Probably Lake Valley. It's not the most exciting long term, but the thing about Lake Valley, at least base game Lake Valley, is that you get access to a very easy to build to logging camp and a very easy to build to sawmill. The iron mine and smelter are in kind of terrible locations, but aside from that, like if you're just looking at getting started in the game and learning to lay track and whatnot, Lake Valley's not a bad choice. Mouse 3. Oh, what the heck? What is this? Oh no, oh, this is interesting. There's a delete tool for track, there's a re-rail tool, and there's a logging tool. Okay, that's cool. It's nifty. Base game Lake Valley is, yeah, I think base game Lake Valley for its overall industry placements, kinda terrible. But if you're looking for just getting started with the game, the first 2 industries you build to are probably the best. Put the logging camp much closer to the freight depot in my game, only because I didn't like the position of the base game logging camp. It is a very lazy position. Like, you don't have to build any grades to get there. And I hate the smelter placement on the base game map. It's terrible. Also, the coal mine has issues. Actually, you could try the new map if you wanted, Mikey. That is an option. An option? Did I really almost just say option? I can words. Heard this map was semi-based off of Alaska. How realistic is it to have 3-foot gauge running up there IRL? There are multiple 3-foot gauge railroads up there. The White Pass in Yukon, in fact, is the only 3-foot gauge, or really the only common carrier narrow gauge railroad that's still active in the United States, and it's an Alaskan railroad. It also has an international crossing into Canada. There was also, apparently, there was an electric railway. There's an electric 3-foot railway up there in Alaska. So, the more you know. Only thing I see I hate is still, I can't pick. The only thing I see I hate is I still can't pick my spawn point for the buy tracks. That would be kind of nifty if there was an option for that, but I also kind of understand why there isn't, because that would be could be a headache to code. Could be, though. Could also be a walk in the park. The TLR was the inspiration for my railway, the LNGCRR in the Lake Valley map, where number 1 Azuma ran at 55 psi in the boiler at all times for 6 months. That's gotta be one hell of a hectic thing to do. How do you consistently keep it at 55 psi? You have the new loco on this save yet? No. We're just building track today. That's it. We'll buy engines if the stream lasts long. You know what? Maybe we need to have a stream donation goal. Like, I'll make the stream last 12 hours if we hit the donation goal. Oh god, could you actually imagine if we did a legitimate 12-hour stream, though? My lord. That'd be insanity. Oh, come on now. Really? That deleted the wrong tracks? Okay, so where are we at contextually? We're here. Considering how far down we've already made it, it might be possible to make it all the way down here without any trouble. Emphasis on might. Emphasis on might. I don't know for sure. You can delete the rock with the logging tool. Oh, I know. I like trying to avoid the rocks, though. I don't know why. You guys just force a habit. Also, railroad built in Alaska to haul fish to a fish cannery. As the place where the fish cannery was at couldn't be reached by the fishing boats and ships to haul out the canned fish. I forgot which track gauge, though. Interesting. Oh, also, it's not the rock that's the problem. I know this rock here. The problem here is actually this little ledge. That's the issue. Ah! We can Georgetown loop it, boys! Of course, you have no idea, but what kind of map do you think they would add next? I would like to see a more desert-focused map. I would expect something... I would hope for something more like the terrain in Arizona. Sort of Red Rock Mountains. What do you think of the bastardization of the White Pass in Yukon? What do you mean, the bastardization? What do you mean? How's that look? Can we spot the spacing? We can! WA and YC. Someone once edited a pic of White Pass in Yukon number 69 so that the tender didn't have the P. W and Y? You've seen John Robertson's Brothers at the New Industries? I have. Does anybody know what their names are, though? Oh god, I'm terrible at this. Oh, that reminds me. I need to go to spawn. In part so that I can destroy a couple of engines, because I left them there and I didn't mean to. But also because I wanted some opinions on where the Railway Express Agency was placed. Come on now, I'm trying to delete the tender, game. I'm adamantly clicking on this tender. Please delete it. Thank you. That took way too long. This is where the Railway Express Agency is. What do you guys think about that? Is this a good choice? It said white ass in Yukon. Ayo. Ayo. Looks good, perfect. My only concern about this is A, some people might mistake this platform for one that you can unload on, and 2, that this might be the place you actually need to load on, this area here. I don't know why, it'd be really stupid. I figured it would be a fun place to put it. Gonna ban the new C-125 being too OP? Yes, I am! In fact, we're going to... I'm actually considering for my own playthrough of this, if I do decide to do a little bit of a playthrough, I am going to only... I'm going to do Steel Pegasus. So the strongest engine I'm allowed... is this sucker. Or this sucker. And on top of that, I can only buy 13 cars, so I'd better be careful with which ones I choose. Which means I'd actually probably just replace... In order to make the most money, we need at least one... This would probably replace the boxcar, because, like, why else would you use the boxcar, you know? This can already carry tool crates. Oh, but it can't do seed pallets and grain. That's a concern. You need a water car, and instead of the old hoppers, you need these heavy high-side gondolas, probably. It'd be interesting. Isn't the express office likely to be a passenger station? Ooh, is it? That'd be cool. I legit built new rails on top of the default ones that spawn with the depot. Build snow cover rails over spawn. Name I came up with for my Aurora Falls map is Frostbite, Skid, and Derail. The slip and slide. Have you ever been to Tillamook National Forest? It's beautiful. I feel like I probably have been. I've been up to, what's the name of that town? It starts with an M. It's a little bit north of Tillamook. It's close to the city of Tillamook, but it's on the shore. I can't remember the name. Manzanita! Manzanita. There we go. I've been to Manzanita a couple of times, and so we've been to the region, so I've probably been there before, but it has been years, and I don't really remember it. So... The Gone is here! It's been so long since they first showed off that model. I can't believe it's finally in-game. It's in-game! Absolutely love this new map. The Raritan sitting at the new industries are lifeless and creepy, though. How much track have you connected? We are currently working on the first major connection, and it is Iron Mine to Iron Smelter. This is the map so far. I pre-built a logging camp to sawmill connection. We're going to have to upgrade that eventually. The goal today is to build the entire railroad. I'm not going to be able to do it, but it's the goal. It's my hope. Because some people like having pre-built track, and so that's what I'm doing. For those freaks. It's more in the mountains than Tillamook. Oh, okay. No, I don't think I've ever been there then. What are your thoughts on deleting the default spawn with the depot and express office and moving it to the snow area of the map? Isn't the express office somewhere out? This is not a default map, mind you. Personally, I would recommend against moving the Railway Express Agency into the mountains because you've already got the gold mine and stamp mill, and in the default map you also have the gold smelter there. I guess the Gold Smelter and Railway Express Agency are a little bit close, all things considered. You've got the dredge here, and so having the Railway Express Agency out in the middle of the fields gives you a little more operational intrigue. Excuse me. That was a burp. I think on this map it's not a terrible idea, though, because then you would have a really long run from the gold smelter all the way up to, like, the mountains over here. My concern about moving the freight depot, though, is the wheat farm. Like, the wheat farm, I consider that to be a starter industry, and you can't exactly serve the wheat farm with seed pellets. Or without seed pellets. You know? I don't quite understand what the dredge is for. It is dredging for gold. Because that was another way that you could, get gold. Dredge it out of the waters. It's kind of like panning for gold, you know, the classic thing that people would always quote-unquote do or whatever. Quote-unquote do or whatever. One thing I can't stand on maps is when someone goes on a 4% grade to flat but doesn't go down in 0.5 or 1% increments to make a smooth transfer. Dude, same. Like, why? Please. Make it so you actually... Don't just make your engines bonk into the floor. Give them some leniency. Please. How much coal, iron ore, and gold ore can the DNRG gondola hold, by the way? We can test that. We can go to an old save of mine and test it out. I don't actually know. You know, now you got me wondering. The new gun holds 22 ore? Jeez, okay, so that extra weight is definitely worth it. I'm just gonna place down a small... I'm gonna place down a single rail here. Just to mark that we had a very nice track length. The fast descent, best descent. Exactly! Why do you think we're going to have an 8% grade on my model railroad? Oh god, could you imagine if I actually put an 8% grade? Insanity in the best way possible. Love the new gondola. I hope whoever still thinks the original hopper car, especially now that they're saying it's a Tweetsy hopper. You look at pictures of them, though, and you will see the differences. It's a Uinta hopper. I remember I learned about this because the person who modeled it apparently had a lot of people complaining on Steam that it's not realistic, and then they just went out of their way and like, yeah, it is though. Here's the photo. Here it is being pulled by a giant Malay engine. And then people would still try and say that it wasn't a thing. You can do a 4 to 0% instantly in a smooth manner if you drag the transferring section out. Yeah, exactly. Just make it look good. At this point, what locomotives do you think they're going to add next? More mud hens, maybe an articulated loco? I have no clue. I have no idea what it is to expect because I don't know narrow gauge railroading well enough. I would say, oh yeah, they'll add a Forney, but the Forneys are 2-foot gauge. Wait, are we already at ground level? Have we descended so fast and so hard that we don't need to descend anymore? Are you kidding me? Might have to go down to 0.5% just to make this grade feel justified. Might add a 440 or a 460. A 460 could be pretty fun to have. Get the classic Tweetsy engine that Bachmann has made like 70 different types of. Have there not been any 3-foot gauge 4 prototypes? I know there was one. It was at least one, and it was an 044. It's not even the 244 type. Come on now. Wait, why am I making this curve so sharp? Like, I'm easing up on the grade. What am I doing? Did some more progress on my goofy logo. And all I added were its coal bunkers. This is gonna take a while, isn't it? Welcome to the wonderful world of 3D modeling, 100. Hello, John. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. If we get 2 Magma Arizona and 242s and Railroads Online timeline, I'd be happy. Dude, I would love to see number 4. That'd be great, especially if there was an option for the version without a headlight. It's such a cute little locomotive, and it would fit perfectly within the Steel Pegasus rule set. I was actually thinking of making one of those myself, using a Cumberland Shops kit number 36 or 35. I think it's 35 is the version with the with the domes that are more appropriate and accurate. Could be a fun ON30 model to make. Two-foot main railroads are the kings of Fornies. That they are. But there was at least one in 3-foot gauge. I remember, the only way I know this is because of the old Railroads Online map, the road map that they had years ago. Hello, Yoinkus. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to tracklaying.asmr.mp4. Anything can be 3-foot gauge if someone wants to re-gauge it. Ah, yes. Don't give the big boys don't give the big boy foamers ideas. A 2-foot gauge, big boy. There are a fair few Fornies in 3-foot, just few that have loads of info on them. Oh, interesting. I'm really only aware of that 1044 because of the roadmap. Alright, 69. Nice. I live in Utah, and there was a 2-foot gauge tramway right near my town. It had 9% grades. Nice. That's fun. Cass Scenic Railway would like to know your location. As much as I love Big Boy, I am kind of enjoying these smaller, cute steam engines getting the spotlight. I know, right? There is big and chunk, but also, like, there's small and not chunk. And sometimes small and not chunk is cute and pure. And we love small and not chunk. Thoughts on the Strasbourg Railroad? I've been there. I rode behind 611 with my father and his brother. Did that back in 2019. It was alright. Don't really have too much to report back, but I got jump scared by a by one of the Amtrak toasters flying by at very fast speeds. Where are you? We are right here. I know I kind of just glanced in the map for a second, but I want to get back to track building. Put the Fornies in off topic. Alright, I'll check that in a little bit. You know what? We'll just have giant fill here. Screw it. No bridges. No bridges today. Should do a new build loco and number 69420. See, Elon Musk will donate some crypto to help build it. We'll advertise it as the biggest engine ever, the biggest steam locomotive ever. It'll be a 282 with the largest tender. Or better yet, it'll be a replica triplex, except with a bigger tender. It'll be a quadruplex. We'll make the Russian not the Russian, the Belgian quadruplex. Oh, we can actually be going down a little faster, a little earlier. Color should I make my Goofy logo green? Green is always a good choice. If you want something garish, though, if you want something funny, make it... What's a good funny color? Make it piss yellow. It's the strangest track gauge in the USA? I have no clue. I don't know enough about track gauges to know off the top of my head. The only reason we still have 611 is because of a crash. The crash led to an overhaul, which lasted until the end of Steam. And it would have been a waste if they fixed the locomotive only to scrap it. It's the only reason she survived. Oh my god, those 3-foot gauge 40s. That Porter one, number 36, that's interesting. It looks so goofy. Why is it... It just feels wrong without the front coupler, or not the front coupler, without the pilot truck, My soul, it bleeds. C48 and Cliff House have been carrying my railways. I haven't used the Cliff House at all, really. I tested it like once, but I've never actually fully done anything with it. Sir, you are a streamer, you have no soul. That is so true, Eon. I sold it to the devil so I could get clicks and views. Hello, everybody. I'd like to welcome my new sponsorship to the stream, Established Titles. I hope you all are supportive of my actions. I've also invited T-Moon. 44-49 survived because she was first in the deadline and the easiest to pull out. Oh, you're talking about with, I was thinking when they restored her to operational status so that they could use her for for American Freedom Train or whatever. Nope, that is not what what you're talking about. It's weak as paper and fast as hell. Like the Monty, but actually useful on a grade. The Monty does actually have better speed now. It's slightly faster than the Cliff House. Isn't it? Like, it's 22 miles an hour instead of the 16 that it was before. But it's also got the extra weight of the tender behind it, so... Cliff's faster IRC. I thought the Cliff could only go 20. Established titles are Raid, Shadow Legends. That's right. Now we gotta. Does anybody know about that TF2 parody of Raid's Shadow Legends? We have to do red. What is it? Red Shadow Maggots? We gotta sponsor that. This stream is sponsored by Alco Locomotive Works. It's sponsored by Baldwin. Shop like a billionaire that's lost all their money and has to shop on Temu. Get this cheap plastic garbage to feed your addiction for shopping. Only $17 and your soul. Could you hypothetically replace the default slope tender on the C25 with one from the 280s? Yes, you can. As long as the tender has the same fuel type, there's no problem with you using the same, using one tender from one engine on another. The game won't stop you. However, I still think it's funny that somebody went out of their way. And, I saw in the Discord somebody made a Garrett out of the K25. They got a second tender and they put it on the front of the engine. It's terrible. I love it. Did you know that the Great Western Railway in the UK had broad gauge track 7 feet? It was big, I tell you. Yes, I've seen those before. I know a lot about trains, man. I've seen basically, not literally everything, but I have seen quite a good bit. Good lord, not a Garrett. It was so cursed. I love it. Simply for the fact that other people hate it. It's a terrible idea. Shop like a junkie who spent all their money. That's one way of putting it, Rockstar. That's one way of putting it. Love it simply for the fact that other people hate it. Sounds like my relationship with Railroads Online. Railroads Online does offer something that currently no other games can really do, you know? Credit where credit is due, even with all its flaws. What is that? Are you guys hearing that noise? Is that coming through my microphone? What the heck is it? Why? Why does it sound like somebody's farting? Sure, he'll actually get some carrots in game because there were some used in Brazil, I believe. A few even ended up in Mexico as well. I wouldn't expect that to happen because sure, there's a prototype for it, but it's like not really an American engine and not really what people are expecting out of the game, you know? Steam and Steel seems to have the track building down pretty well too. From what I have seen of Steam and Steel, the switches look terrible. Like it's just a sudden angle, and that's your switch. It's not a curve into an angle, it's just bam. Alright, so how... Chat, do you have any ideas on how we set up this yard? Because I'm thinking... We're obviously going to have the route up to the Iron Mine be its own dedicated route with a climax or something like that. But... so, it makes sense to segregate the iron... Or like the iron ore unloading track, right? But how do we set this up so that we can have an interchange so that we can get beams and lumber onto this line? Should this track right here be like the temporary holding spur for that? And we just have it so there's a crossover? It's like right here, it's a 5 meters distance, bonk. What was the smallest but also the strongest engine in Railroads Online? You can't get both. You either get a small or you get a strong engine. There is no both. Though Betsy used to be quite a strong little loco. With her, what, 6,000 pounds of tractive effort despite being the smallest engine in the game. They nerfed Betsy. Good! God, she was so overpowered for the longest time. I'm glad. I mean, I know they nerfed Betsy, but, like, I'm still happy. What happened to Betsy? Wes, do you not, have you not been around long enough to know what happened? Class 48's the damn GP7 equivalents in the Steam era. What are you referring to? How terrible their braking power is? Because I can agree there. I remember a time when Betsy had 8K tractive effort. I know, right? And then you had like the Eureka with like, well, 4K or something like that. Betsy used to be stronger than a C70? What? Not aware of a nerf? No, only played since the spline update. Ah, okay. So what happened, Wes, was back before the spline update, Betsy used to have... Let's see, how much power does she have right now? 2,800. She used to be sitting on 6,800. And the Eureka, I think, was weaker than it currently is. It might be around the same strength as this, what it is now. But, like, the Eureka was supposed to be the cool upgrade, right? Well, the only thing that it upgraded was fuel capacity, and that was it. Because there was no other reason to buy the Eureka unless your grades were laid out well. Because it was weaker than Betsy, and, like, why would you ever... Why would you ever do it? Back when Betsy was the only engine, she used to be basically add wood, haul Earth to moon. Eureka sucked all the way until she got a speed boost. I think she was good for a time before the Glenbrook was added. Before they started adding in new speeds for engines, the Eureka wasn't a bad choice. Fun fact, the entire reason I bought this game is because I watched Khan's videos, and he said the Eureka was garbage, and I wanted to prove him wrong, and so I bought the game. I played it a ton. I proved him wrong, at least for me, you know. I was able to showcase in my own saves that the Eureka was a decent engine when you laid your track correctly, and then I never did anything with that information because I'm a coward. The Cook Mogul always beat the Eureka? Yeah, but, like, Back in the day, the Cook Mogul was a bad engine because the Class 70 existed. And they were the exact same price, and the Cook Mogul was just a weaker engine. Don't get me wrong, the Cook Mogul looked nice, though. Still kind of like how it appeared. Also, has anybody else noticed that the Woodrick doesn't work correctly right now? I placed one down the other day, it deleted all of the wood, left it at 0, and it won't refill. It does work correctly. Sadly, that's intentional now. They changed the functionality? Is it like a firewood depot, but just smaller? It's wood storage, not wood... Okay, weird, interesting. Stop being a cheater. Never! I will cheat till the end of time. Wahahaha! You can't stop me. I thought the point of the woodwork was to generate wood. Me too, I thought it was just a way to cheese the system, because, like, I'm sure some people don't like having to deliver wood to refuel their engines, and I was hoping that that would be the case here, because, like, I would love to, I would love to not have to serve this with even more stuff just to have a separate railroad. At least be a good cheater. Place a logging camp. Load of firewood. You gotta go through the extra steps if you want to cheat. Oh, that's a terrible idea. I love it, Eon. Gotta go real fast to go hunting with my girlfriend. Have fun, man. Have fun. Small woodwork was perfect with smaller engines. I know, right? I really liked it for its functionality, again, as a thing where you just have a separate railroad that you, that runs wood-fired engines, and you never have to service it, because you got the woodrick. Sandy, February 14th at 1:10 a.m. As a lot of people don't like this version, we might set back the automatic refill for the woodrick with the next hotfix. It's a comment on the Steam discussion. Okay, cool. I'm glad I'm not the only person who's upset by this. Hey, King, welcome to the stream. Has been a hot minute, but hey, we all have our own things to do with life. Class 125 can become boat? Excuse me? What kind of seafaring vessel licenses did you get, man? I didn't get any for Valentine's Day, and I sure as hell didn't get any that had trains on them. The heck? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Wish there was an anti-drug Thomas episode where Gordon gets high on cocaine. Express trains are called crack trains after all. It's just a PSA for kids that drugs are bad. Glad to see you back to playing Railroads Online. I've been skipping your Railroader content because I just wasn't able to vibe with the game. I probably won't be doing Railroads Online for very long, to be honest. Railroader is just so much more fun right now. Like, sure, Railroads Online, you get to build tracks and run your own systems, but Railroader just has such a better contract system. So much more fun to me. But hey, new update. And Lunar Ridge, the anniversary is on Monday. So I better get my ass in gear. Story goes the farmers and locals had a contract with the railroad to just deliver wood to certain locations along the line, so the auto refill makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Could you imagine resource gathering? You actually have to walk up and down the line cutting down trees in order to get wood. In order to get firewood, and you just keep it in your inventory and you can throw it in occasionally. I like building tracks and railroads online, but I get tired of the running. Exactly, Eon, exactly. That's a good way of putting it. Finally got a part-time job, so hopefully I can get a brand spanking new Chromebook to finally watch these streams in 720p 60. Me out here streaming in 2K resolution. I would go for 4K because there is a local store around here called Free Geek and they've got a 4K monitor for sale, but like there's also the train shop in the Shay that I'm looking at getting, and I've got to get my father a birthday present. Got any tips for yard layouts? I hate laying track, but I want to get better. Do you want track laying tips, like how you actually physically lay the tracks, or would you prefer tips on how to make the tracks work well? Which would you prefer? Do you think there's a place for Railroads Online, Railroader, and DRL Valley? Yes, they're all train games, but they all have different focus. Exactly, exactly. I just find one of the three of those more fun than the other two right now. I'm on a Google Pixel phone and I'm watching at 1440p 60. Hell yeah! Me out here with phones that didn't even have 720p for the longest time. Currently in the process of making the running board for my logo, and I've picked black and gray as the running board colors, which oddly looks nice with the colors. What other colors did you choose for like the boiler and whatnot? Did you go with green? How to make the tracks work well? It really depends on each individual yard. I guess we can take a look at this yard for a simple example. You have over here an engine servicing and storage track. Which actually, now that I think about it, oh no, this is perfectly fine. This is effective. You've got the unloading dock, and you've got a storage track. I don't really know what else to say here. Those are the three main elements to a yard. Oh, there's also a way to run around your tray and a little passing siding. But I don't know what else to say off the top of my head. Enjoying the Alaskan landscape? I actually haven't built in the snowy part of the world yet. Yard leads? I don't do yard leads, actually, Robert. I ignore them. Generally speaking, they're just not worth my time and energy. I think an important lesson to building track and roads online contains two key points. One, always leave room for adding on. Two, expect that you would tear most of it out and redo it at least once. You know, that is a good mindset to have going to the yards. Personally, I just build what I want whenever I want, but just using runaround loops and tracks versus balloon loops. Honestly, Lance, I'm considering doing a playthrough of only balloon loops. I'm not gonna lie. How is the gold ore, refined gold, and gold ingot worth money-wise? I have no clue. I've not run... I've only really done... building tracks and moving industries. I haven't actually run trains yet. Gold ingot is $7,000? Oh, for one car or wagon load. Okay, I was gonna say, if it was per item... What the heck? 600 apiece, that's still a lot, holy cow. I can understand, though, because it is a hard industry chain to do, you know? It makes sense. But, like, at that point you could just run, like, 17 boxcars and you'd be fine. You need it if you want to get the K27, aka the Class 125. That is kind of true. The Class 125 is fortunately at a whopping level 9 tier requirement. I'm in Australia, so all the 2.6-inch gauge lines are only point-to-point and are crammed into tight spaces, so I'm completely overwhelmed with all this flat ground. Well, here, we can build a yard. We have to build a yard here. So, we can try and go through the steps and phases. So I think step 1, turn off my flight. Step 2, we want to start here by adding a small sort of switching area. Just have a separate runaround for serving the industry. Which is funny because we kind of have two separate runarounds. We have the one on the right over here, and then we're going to have one over here too. That'll be an interesting sight to see. It's gold. What did you expect it to not be priced like an NFT? Don't give me ideas for channel merch, Celestial. I gotta sell my soul. Don't give me ideas. I do have the merch page open. I'm just trying to sort out some last things that I kind of want to do before opening the page completely. Just haven't bothered to yet. Alright, so for this passing sighting, we're actually going to make it a little short. I think we'll go for 70 meters. And then we'll add a switch. Delete the track. Add another switch. And yet another switch. We're using these as ways to sort of space out things so that these tracks here can line up perfectly. Bam. As for this track, we'll have this one curve off to the left pretty harsh. We'll make it 70 meters at 47.5, because that way this track conceptually will just immediately link up over here. Actually, before we link up the tracks over here, we'll add in a switch. Because this way we will be able to separate loaded if we load too many cars over here, we can just push them over onto this little spur over here, which will just make straight. So this will just be for car storage in case it's necessary at some point. Throw down a buffer. Oh god. That's fine. Nobody will derail there, and if they do, it's their fault. Up in Wagga Wagga, it's all Rocky Mountains. The engine shed is literally dangling off a cliff face. Wait, do they have to make like a little balcony that it sits on? Wow. That's great. That's beautiful. 5 minutes and all I did was add support for the smoke box. Dude, welcome to the wonderful world of modeling. Be prepared to do this more often. If you ever continue modeling, expect that to happen every 5 minutes. You're going to realize it's been 5 minutes and I've gotten nothing done. And then after an hour you'll have something done. And you'll be proud and you'll be happy. There's a hole in the floor that your leg can get stuck in. Can you imagine having to amputate somebody because they got their leg stuck in floor hole? Hello, sheep, hello. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. Thought of getting mods for Rareator? I got some on the last stream. They're not too hard to install. Just takes a little patience. Okay, so with this setup, this is a switching area with a small yard and 2 railroads. This piece of track right here is the interchange. So we'll conceptually look at both halves of this. For the switching setup, it's pretty simple. We just have a passing siding, or a runaround, that leads into the loading track, or unloading track for cordwood. And we have a switch that turns off into the loading tracks for raw iron and rails, and for a spare spur to store cars if necessary. As for this other yard, we have a runaround, we have a car storage track, we have an engine servicing track, and engine storage. We have the unloading track, and because there's an interchange, this spur right in the middle is intended for use as an interchange for what's it called? For stake flats. So that you can interchange lumber and beams so that they can head up to the iron mine. Speaking of iron mine, we need to buy an engine for up here. So y'all better start getting creative with names for a climax. Good lord, that yard is a jumble. It's fine, TK, it's fine. My genius knows no bounds. Oh, I can make it even less of a jumble. Wild Goose. Gearzilla. I like that one, that's cute. Wild Goose Railroad in oh, there was a railroad just called the Wild Goose Railroad. That sounds like an amusement park ride. Y'all better start getting creative with names for a climax. Oh, that is an excellent out-of-context quote. I'm still proud of the one that I sent you last night, TK. That was a good one. What did I say? The subconscious is an irrational pile of bureaucratic bees. I'll admit, I forgot how to spell bureaucratic and I had to look it up. Apollo, King Cog, that's a good one. Mercury, end of the line, Millie. It's a documentary of all the railroads that operate in Alaska. It's on YouTube. Ooh. Send a link in the Discord, of course. You think passenger cars are going to be anything more than fun to run in terms of actual uses? Not for a while. It's possible that it becomes actually important eventually, but I would not get my hopes up. Pat Grit Stirrage. Stirs Rage, that'd be a fun one. What I missed, I just left while to do some work. Not much, Zane. We've just been figuring out the name for the climax we're gonna buy. Smokestack, let's make it the big chunky one. There's no headlight, no paint options. What number should this be? 7. That's perfect. Okay, that's too much BRs. Hold on. There we go. $13 could work. Named my railroading company Thunder Mountain Mining Co. Kind of reminds me of Thunder Mesa Mining Company. If you know of that railroad, that model railroad. Gotta go for a haircut. Have fun, Rockstar. Enjoy the sound of buzzing. Video link is in general of your Discord. Alright, I'll check it out later. Kinda can't check it out in the middle of stream, you know. Alright. Bonk. Why are you buying a Climax in specific? Because the railroad that we're running on is supposed to be a sort of geared line. It doesn't need to be, but I like having occasional geared engines. They're fun for challenge. And the route that this engine is going to be running is, it's, what, 5.5% uphill? So I thought we'd get a big, bulky engine. Kinda wish we got the rusty look for the Climax like the other steam engines. Dude, it would look so good on a geared engine. It would look so good. Sadly, no. Wait, why am I running over here? I can just teleport. Climax, Heisler, or Shea, in your opinion? Personally, I like Heislers most. The Climaxes are a close second, Shea are third. Though it is funny that I'm planning on buying that Shea from my local store because it's, Just to have an engine for the Lunar Ridge anniversary. Thoughts about the new engine? I always have concerns about whenever they add just bigger and stronger engines to the game because of the long train issue. But aside from that, it's alright. It looks fine. There she is, boys. I got a rusty 242 and named it Rot Gut on my Aurora Valley Railroad because I named all my locomotives after booze. Forgot Bachman made a T-boiler in 0-30. I know, right? Unfortunately, the one I'm looking at, it's got a bad headlight, like if I wanted to replicate Annabelle, but aside from that, you know, it's just T-boiler. It'll accurate, I can just get it, and on Monday have a video saying, hey, Lunar Ridge anniversary, look at this, I got the Shay. It'll be stupid but hilarious to name a Heisler Mikado Shrek. Somebody. You know, we have spent 2 hours building the route between the iron mine and the coal mine. I am very afraid, or not coal mine, the smelter. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this map unless the stream lasts for like an additional 20 hours. I don't think this is happening, boys. Part of me is wondering if instead of trying to build this for other people, if I should just build it for myself, because this map is massive. Off-camera building is fine. Oh, I know. I know. I'm fine with doing it too, but I was hoping that I wouldn't have to. I was hoping that I could do this all on camera. I'd be mad if you don't release this. Don't worry, I will. I just probably won't if it doesn't... If I can't finish it, I'll just release the version that doesn't have track build. What if they're going to add a K28 next? I feel like they're probably a little too similar. You'd probably see something... Or are the K28s the ones with the air pumps on the front? I don't know. Maybe you'd see it, maybe you wouldn't. This feels like a co-op world. That's because I'm designing it to be a co-op world. But like... God, it takes so much work. You know, maybe I could just connect up the first, like, 3 industries, call it a day, and quits. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'm so tempted to add a third option just as a meme, but I don't think I will. We'll just start the poll there. Well, the years start coming and they won't stop coming and they don't 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 stop. I love that video. It's terrible and it's beautiful. It's kind of... Have any of you guys seen that video just simply titled "The Best"? I've got another confession to make. Do you mean add more industries to this map? No, Steam. I do not mean add more industries to this map. I meant Pine Valley when I put out Pine Valley. It'd probably be a pseudo-hardcore map, just fitting in all the industries. One minute ago, 15 votes. We'll let that run in the background for a little bit as I try and move some ore cars over here. Five, six, seven. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1. We're just gonna be buying a million cars. Check area. Oh, are we already... Do we already have too many things? Man. Currently working on my newest railroad save, the Smoky Mountain Central. The mod that makes all the trains own... all the trains and owned equipment look weathered. Ooh. Sounds fun. Why only 6? Because that's the maximum I can buy at a single time. I can't purchase more. I would if I could, but I cannot. Wonder if a 2882 outside frame was ever made. I don't think so. I don't think there are many engines of that size made in narrow gauge. Could be, though. Hey, I checked back on the poll and it's at 69%. Let's go. Railroad in Hawaii, the Oahu Railway and Land Company had bought copies of the DNRGW K28 from Alco in 1925. It's a few years after the DNRGW ordered the K28. Didn't realize the railroad got that big. I thought it was mostly like 062 tank engines that they had. Is the new Rares Online update working well, or is it laggy? I can't attest to that, Polska, because I'm kind of... I have an RTX 4070. I have power. I have strength. But the Oahu and DNRGW's K28s look the same, except the Oahu variant doesn't have the air compressor on the smoke box. Boring. It's one of the defining traits of the engine. It's so nifty. We got 2 cars left to do. Once we get these cars done, I will close the poll. So, get your votes in. Can't you transport the cars through the teleport anymore? No, you cannot. Thank God, because it kind of just made... It's like, hey, there's the really stupid speedrun strategy. Glad to see you back in Railroads Online. Hope you like what we added. I did the engine textures and industries for the last couple of updates. The 125 was a huge pain. What about it was... Why... God, I'm an idiot. I can go this way. I can get to it right here. What about it was a pain? I guess it's like a big engine, but... Slow back tender, maybe? I do like the way this rusted out version looks. I'm probably not going to use it, but it kind of looks like it's an engine about to be scrapped, I'm not going to lie. Which would be really funny, you just buy one of these things and you transport it to the smelter and cheat in a bunch of iron or something. Small UI suggestion, it might be time to set engines and rolling stock in their own category so we don't have to... I know, right? I wish. It is convenient at the very least that you can scroll to the engines by just hitting left, but... Split on many UV sheets. Sort of technical, but it means a lot more work, but higher res textures. Hell yeah! Hopefully the pain is worth it. I don't really know because I haven't really looked too in depth at the C125, but hopefully you think the pain was worth it. Back from my hunting trip, what did I miss? Not much. We've just been shuffling cars back and forth. And now that all these cars are in place, it's time to end the poll. Fairies is my favorite engine. I love the way the Fairies looks, but I hate its price. Like, it's such a cute little locomotive. But why is it about as strong as the Montezuma? I mean, it's a little stronger than the Montezuma, but like, it's about as strong as the Montezuma, and yet it costs more than the Class 48. That's my one complaint about it. I love the way it looks. I hate its price. How do you feel about the firewood stops no longer spawning fire with firewood? Honestly, it's kind of annoying. We talked about this earlier. I was originally... So, let me go into extended, give myself some flight. So, originally the idea for what we were building here is that this track that's going off to the right would be its own separate railroad, and there would be a small interchange point for lumber and beams so that it could be taken up to the iron mine. But, and as part of this, I thought it would be fun to have a wood rick, because then, since we have a climax for this route, we could just throw wood into the climax. Climax? Climax? Did I really just call it a climax? But I was thinking, well, just to make things easier, we'll have the wood rick so that we don't have to worry about any firewood deliveries, and so it simplifies the interchange, and I can't do that anymore. Hope they revert that. Also, the poll was yes, so that means where is it? Here it is. That means it's time that we build a Lake Valley save. This is gonna be the ultimate hardcore save. It's gonna be terrible. They're just preparing you for the price of the big boy. To have a price of 1,314,000. Could you imagine? That would be terrible. I would love that. Wait, actually, what happens if we just set these both to 0.1? Oh, I see. I think we might have angered the gods of the sky. The train rave waits for nobody. The train rave. Alright, so question. Actually, you know what? Chat. Let's start another poll. There. 2 polls, 1 stream. Oh no. Why do so many people want full hardcore? Oh no. At least one person wants it to be normal. Do you think a Yellowstone will get added? Like what? The big articulated 2666 or whatever? I don't think so, no. I don't think those are on the narrow gauge. Why do so many want full hardcore? People hate fun. Hey, it might be that full hardcore is the way for people to have fun in this day and age. You know? Because I do have a normal map. I have a normal one for Aurora Falls. We have 31 people watching. Where are they? Hey, we got half the votes in already. We're doing fine. What's the difference between the 3? So full hardcore, I'm willing to place industries in locations that are kind of unfair. For example, a good location is on top of this mountain right here that I'm looking at, dead center. This isn't a... Oh, right, I have to change the stream title. Thank you, Mudge. I forgot about that. There we go. Much better. Much better. Full hardcore would be placing an industry up here. Or an industry over hither. Placing them in places that are just completely unfair and making you have to work your butt off to do things. Semi-hardcore would probably have an industry or two placed in a mildly unfair location, but nothing quite as insane as full hardcore. And as normal as can be, would not even consider the idea of placing things in these strange, completely BS locations. Railroad is now at war with two of my friends. See how much money they can make, so I have to go insane to get 10 million. I'm going to die, aren't I? Maybe. It depends on what you're willing to sell in order to beat them. It also depends on what the penalty is for losing. Have you checked the new industry's interiors? No, I have not. Also, I just realized my preview on YouTube is like 10 minutes or 15 minutes behind. It's more fun to play. I don't think it's fun to watch, personally. I mean, I'm not somebody who watches the game, so I guess I can't comment, but I was gonna say, like, what is the difference? Like, how would it be less fun to watch, you know? Do you enjoy Amtrak? Yeah, we ride Amtrak a lot. My father and I used to do it. My entire family used to ride Amtrak every year in order to go out east to visit family. Have you checked the new industry's interiors? I have not. You know what? We can do it right now. let's go and delete the oil field, and we'll test it out over there. Alright, let's see. Dredge was a terrible mechanic. They shouldn't have never made it. That's not really all that much of a of an interior. Kind of nice that it's rocking back and forth as though it's in water, though. That's sweet. Is there anything else here to look at, though? Don't think there is. If anybody knows that there's more in here, please feel free to correct me. Is there anything in here? I don't see how there would be, but there could be. Put the dredge in the sawmill lake. Yes. Well, we'll leave it there while the sawmill is still in its original position, Zane. Stamp mill and express agency are the only interiors in the mall. Okay, okay. I've checked. I do know I've checked out the express agency already. I haven't seen. Oh my god, goodness. This is a lot more than I expected. You plan to make a cliff notes of the update? Probably not. I mean, there's the dev updates already, you know. I could probably do it. It would get a lot of views and a lot of money, but it also kind of just make me feel bad because then my 0 and 30 videos don't do as nice. Step on the belt? This thing? You can't. Oh, wait a minute. You can step on that, though. Hold on. Come on. Get me back on this thing. Yeah! Oh yeah, and then there's this this new railroad thing. I love how there's basically have a steam locomotive just plopped in there. You gotta power your thing somehow, right? Alright, how's the poll doing? Oh, it's pretty evenly split. Some people want full hardcore. Some people want normal. Do I dare set up a donation goal to make it so that we do full hardcore and semi? More unloading at the back of the stand mill. Oh, I know, I know. Really, you have to find a place against a hill or build a steep ramp track. That's the fun of doing semi-hardcore and full hardcores. I don't care about that as long as I find a decent place for the rest of the industry. I think based on the current poll results, due to how split it is, I think I'm going to go for semi. Because semi-hardcore will give people the exciting elements of hardcore, but it'll also give those who want a more normal experience a little bit of a more normal experience. But then again, maybe it'll be too hard for me to actually add in how many industries? We need 1, 2, 3. We need 9 industries to be added to the map somehow. Not including the fact that I'm going to rearrange the ones that are already here. It's gonna be a... Just got off call with a friend. What did I miss? Oh, there's a poll, TK. Look at the poll. That's all you need to know. Alright, I think then... Dredge in one of the rivers, maybe? Oh, don't give me ideas. Don't give me ideas, Eon. Oh, Lord, could you imagine actually making your way down here? It's punishment that I will have to be a servant of the winner for a year? Why the heck would you sign up to a challenge where you have to be somebody's servant for losing? Seems like a terrible deal if you ask me. Put it in the waterfall! Than one of the dry spots of the river. I would, but I think it's just a little too big for that. We'll just put it on the waterfall. This is terrible. I love how this doesn't even line up with the door. And the platform is just up here. This is so horrible. So stupid. I love it. Alright. So if we're going for occasionally weird industry placements, but nothing too out of place, the first thing I'm concerned about is the gold mine. Where are we going to sneak that in? Did not realize how big the whole dredge site is. I know, it's huge. Gold mine in the waterfall. Y'all really like the idea of an industry being in the waterfall. I could sneak it in over here. It'd be a little bit of a tricky location to fit it for operational purposes, but that's an option. If I wanted true hardcore. This is where I'd sneak it in. If I wanted to make people suffer, this is where it'd go. Only problem with the gold mine I have is that the building can be hard to find a spot if you're not using the default ones on Pine Valley. Yeah. It's kind of the case with all the mines, though. Because Pine Valley was really designed to be... to just have what it has already, not really to add in more, you know? Oh, I found the perfect place, boys! I located the perfect spot to put the mine. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Put it at the mountainside of spawn. So, like over here somewhere? There's not enough flat ground to realistically do that. Ah, yes, the good old Pine Valley butt crack. It's somehow less cursed than what I was planning to say on. So honestly, if we're going for semi-hardcore... I think I will move the mine up to here, maybe? This general region. Because this place is in a little bit of a strange spot on the map that's pretty high up. But it's not really that hard to get to, all things considered. It's just strange. I forgot that's a hotkey. What if you put it in a spot where you can see it but not get it, and then place another in a better spot? That's a brilliant idea. I love it. For the dredge. Actually... why am I doing this? Hold on. I have an idea, boys. Why am I messing around on a blank save? When instead... wait, where's Luna Ridge? Do I not have a copy of Luna Ridge on the ready? Wait a minute. Hold on. Do I need to go to my own website? Wait. Starhab.link. No, I know this website. What? What do you mean it's not working right now? Are you kidding me? My own website is dead on stream? Are you serious? What the heck? Okay, so for some reason, starhave.link is not working. At least the main site isn't, but the train site is? Why? Why? Or it was having problems the other day when Googling. Google was blocking anything besides the home screen. I know, somebody else has reported this too. What happened? Why on stream? Okay, lunarridge.sab. Drag and drop. It's not on the list, so I have to go back. Start. There we go. That's better. Anyways, as I was saying, why don't I just go and refurbish Luna Ridge? Like, it's right there. It's already got most of its industries placed. Why don't I just go ahead, turn off flying. Oh wait, no, I need to attach, player list, turn on flying, turn on fast run, set the time cycle to be something actually reasonable. So basically, why don't I just rebuild Lunar Ridge? Oh, what the heck happened to the to the way car? My poor way car. Why is it doing this to me? What happened? Here's my comment. People asking me to read their comments makes me want to not read their comments. If you want to have a higher chance of your comment being read, don't ask. Alright. So, with a map that already has most of its stuff out in the open, now that there are 9 extra industries to add, the big river is perfect for the dredge. Honestly, I'm thinking of putting the dredge just over where the sawmill's log pond is. Still stinks that we don't have crossovers with ballast yet. Dude, I wish we had crossovers that, actually, sorry, brain is not working correctly. I wish we had groundwork we could lay ourselves. You know? That's what I want. Alright, how's that look? Oh, that doesn't look so bad. Looks pretty good. I mean, aside from the fact that the door isn't lined up. So the worst thing about this better war is that I'm only at 1,000 and my friend... Max, if you're only at 1,000, why are you complaining to us rather than trying to increase your bet? Is that gold? We're rich. We're rich. We're rich. God, I need to play more DRG, dude. Can you do a diamond crossover in this game? Basically 4 switches with a 45-degree crossover in the middle. Yes, you can. It's totally possible. Wait, so this industry takes cattle and coal, and then does it only produce meat? Is that all it does? Yes, it only produces meat. And then doesn't the meat just go to the freight depot? Yeah, just go straight to the freight depot. Okay, if that's the case... I think we're gonna move the ironworks over here. Because that way we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 car types? Up to 6 car types coming to this location. And different load types. Then go for the gold. I bid not only the Glenbrook, but the Shay as well at the same time. All because of a small tree. I know that feeling all too well, man. I know it all too well. I couldn't do that chain because I would just feel bad for the cows. What, do you not want a hamburger? Come on now. Alright, let's see here. Stamp mill is gonna be a hard one to place. Feel like the farm industry is broken by needing to be so high level for boxcars. Just use whatchamacallums. Hold on. Just start off with the sugarcane flats. It's easy. I will agree that I do think it's a little bit weird that you need such a high level for boxcars, even though they're so integral to the farm industry chain. But how do you feel about the gold update? Ah, it's alright. I don't have much to say about it. I haven't played it enough. Need boxcars for grade. Yeah, but you can do the first few steps of it at the very least. You know, you can do water. Well, speaking of, I'm gonna need to place a water thingy somewhere so this industry can work correctly. Oh man, wait a minute. No, it's too high up off the ground. This would have been the perfect place to fit it in. No. Would have been the perfect position, man. Okay, what about over here? Should I use a rectangular cylinder for lamp irons? Is this supposed to be an American engine or a British engine? And I assume by lamp irons you mean, You mean, like, lights. Wait. This industry is rigid? Why are the platforms not on the ground? What do you mean this industry is rigid? That's weird. European, yeah. I'd go for... I don't know what kind of European it is, so I can't really fully say, but I think rectangular would probably be best if you're doing narrow gauge, British stuff. I don't know why that's what I'm thinking of specifically, but... Gotta go, be back later. Take your time. Sheep, have fun, man. Have fun. See you around. Dude, we're so close to making this work. Why does this industry not have a good place to be? Come on, man. It's like right there. Why does it clip into the ground? No. Could try and fit it over here down in the pit. It's an option. Amount of trees doesn't help finding a place. Yeah, it really doesn't. It makes it hard to judge whether or not you're at the right height or not. I think we're floating off the ground there. This looks kind of promising. I just need to find a spot where the hill's a little steeper. Trying to get some the new industries minus the dredge in my Pine Valley save, and I've already worked out locations for the others except the gold smelter. Any ideas? Nope. I just placed the gold smelter off over here, down in the lower left-hand corner. Kind of placed it in the flat open area. Hey, Katie, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I wonder why they didn't make the stamp mill flexible. I wonder too, but I kind of wonder if it's because they had issues placing it on their own map. And so they had to make it rigid so that it wouldn't cause any trouble. But I don't know. I don't know. Stamp mill takes gold, right? Just standard gold ore. If so, that might be a problem with the current plan I have for where to place it. Gold ore, water, coal, and cordwood. Okay, I need to distance it from the dredge then. I think. Just a little bit. Man, the stamp mill is hard to figure out a placement for. What the heck? You know, Max, you keep dropping names left and right. Like, isn't that kind of disrespectful to people? Because the internet is a kind of scary place, and if you're just going to be telling people the names of those you know, that's kind of critical identifying information in a way, and could be extremely disrespectful to the people you're discussing. Shame you don't have someone to look at it from the ground. I know, right? My kingdom for a single person to be a spotter. Why not place the stamp mill on a hill? I do want to do that, but the problem is... Hold on. Say I place it on this hill at a position where... God, no, I need flat ground. I need flat ground! At least he's not saying the surnames. Still... It's still a piece of identifying information and kind of disrespectful to just drop that stuff out of nowhere, you know? Especially without consulting the person first, whether or not they're actually okay with their name being used online. It's kind of just basic respect for other people around you. Is the stamp mill really that small? Yeah, it's a pretty small industry. The problem is, if we place it on a hill, I guess I never finished that. Let's place it over here where the platforms are over the water. This. True, but asking every time would get tedious. Oh, I know it would get tedious, and I'm not advocating for that. I'm advocating for saying, hey, check with your friends before you use their name online in the first flippin' place. Oh, here's a spot. Wait a minute. Oh, this is perfect. Or at least it will be if I can get the positioning right. Oh god, but the farther up the hill we go, the farther into the river it is. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, that's good. That's pretty dang good. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it's about as good as I'm going to get. This region is where we shall place this. This is what the stream has come to, me complaining about placing down a stamp mill in Pine Valley. Yes. Yes, it is. Come on now, the quality content you subscribed for, right? Yes! Okay, we got it. We got it. It's done. It's over. We did it. Let's go. If this girlfriend does not mind and she wants people to know her name, and she asked me to say her name in chat so I can't talk. Yeah, but you've also been doing it all about your friends, and I'm gonna be honest, it makes it seem like, with how you're talking and how you portray it, it makes it seem like you're dropping their names to make them seem like they're real when they might not be. Place the farm at the top of the mountain and say the cows identify as mountain goats. That's right. You're not bringing cows. You're not making hamburgers. You're making whatever abomination of God it would be. Could you imagine? Whatever abomination of God it would be to chop up goats and make hamburgers out of them. Terrible. I love it. Goat burgers? Gurgers! We'll sell them. $5 a pop. Buy new stir merch. The Gurger. Meat goats are a real thing, and so are goat burgers. I'm not too surprised, but still, at the same time, it's a funny idea. I have a friend who owns 30 goats, and some of them are meat goats. Honestly surprised you haven't done anything with the update until now, but I can't talk since I haven't either. Oh no, I've done something with the update before. I've already done stuff. I did stuff on Monday, I just didn't stream it. Trying a summoning of some demon from the underworld. Yes! Yes, I am! And you can't stop me! Alright, I think... Throw this down in such a way that it's a little bit out of the way and you actually have to stop and load. Process of getting milk from goats is a painful one, as you have to slaughter it to get the milk sack, but the geef is a side product. Wait, really? You have to kill the goat to get milk? That's how you get goat's milk? What? Excuse me? Yeesh. I'll ill-bay a girder? Whoa. What? Excuse me? What was that supposed to mean? Tesco in the UK actually had a scandal where they sold horse meat as beef for... Oh, I think I've heard this one before. Been a while. It's kind of insane to think that they actually tried to pull that on people. Wow. Don't like how the refinery over here is just kind of... I don't like how it is on the map. So it makes it hard to distinguish that it's here because of the logging camp nearby. What if I moved it over to this position? This work? That works. That's good. Is your milkshake still worth it? High RPM cow rotation noises in the background. That sounds like a PETA ad. Not gonna lie. Spin! You know, when you just said spin, for some reason a song got stuck in my head. If anybody knows the Beat Saber song Spin Eternally, that's what's running through my mind right now. And now it's stuck in yours, too. You're welcome. Also, wait. Question. Does anybody know if you have to sell the gold at the Railway Express Agency, or if you can sell it at the freight depot? Joke's on you, I've never heard it. Good! It's a Camellia song, and if you know Camellia, you already know just from name alone how intense the tune is. REA only, I believe. REA is the only place to sell gold. Yeah, that's what I believe too. Just wanted to check. Just needed to check. Now, okay. Let's see. If the wheat farm is over there... You know, I could actually just leave the freight depot where it was to begin with. Because my main concern was I was thinking of pairing the freight depot and the REA together, but the gold smelter is down there, and I'm not sure if I want to put it that close to the gold smelter. I feel like I want to make it a more interesting run, right? So... I think we'll just have to split them up. Got Sunny Jim in my head now. Yes, more people getting more music stuck in their noggins. It's all according to plan. Alright, so where are we going to put the REA? The gold smelter is over here. Maybe I should put it by the iron smelter? Maybe the... You know, I'll put it by the wheat farm. Why not? Make life even more hectic. I'll put it in this little niche over here. If we put in an REA, you need to at least make a town to go with it. No. Oh, that's... Adding towns to the map is something I would consider doing, but it's something that I would ask for donations for, because I just want to get the map over with at this point. I'd be willing to add proper towns to every location to make things more interesting, but not without incentive. You want that money? Climb this 10% grade! God, could you imagine if I put it where the hardcore save had it? That's right, folks. We're gonna put the REA right here. It's going to be on the edge of the map, so far out that you can't even access it because it's outside the world border. This is a terrible idea. I love it. You know, since it is the final industry and you're literally only delivering stuff to it and nothing more, I think I will put it in this crevice over here. Just to annoy people. Why can't I cut the tree? Why can I not cut the tree? At least putting it there would give some justification for having the absurdly big engine. Don't give me ideas, TK. Back after 2 to 3 months. How have y'all been? I've been alright. We've been alright. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Just been doing Railroader. It's more interesting logistically. So does that mean we play? Oh no! Wait. Does that mean we placed everything? Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, okay. The only thing I feel I want to change is maybe where the coal mine is. Because originally the coal mine was by the oil field because there was nothing else here. But I feel like now that we have the stamp mill in close proximity, I don't really have any reason to want the coal mine where it is. But like it does make for a striking appearance, and the heavy cars you have to drag uphill. I think that's it. Anybody have any objections to this plan? To this design? Is this good? Because if it's good, I have some logs to run. What do I want to name this? Got it to make a grilled cheese? No, we're not the spy from TF2. Personally put the REA next to the freight depot. My one concern about that is the REA is currently by the wheat farm, which would be kind of pointless because then you just run seed pallets to the wheat farm and make infinite money super fast. But if we moved the REA to where the freight depot is, rather than the freight depot to where the REA is, it's way too close to the gold smelter. And I kind of do like the fact that there's some pretty long runs here. Let's see. The gold mine to stamp mill and dredge to stamp mill don't go as far as I might like, but they're not bad. Especially because they're unique locations with a ton of different car types that need to go to them. Stamp mill to smelter is pretty dang good. And smelter to REA is really good. Depot to farm ain't bad. Farm to farm to cattle is good. Water to cattle is good. Cattle to plant is but it's not bad. And plant to freight depot is but it's not bad. Okay. I could swap the plant with the refinery though. It's an option. Because then that would add a much longer haul between the cattle farm and here. The only problem is the ironworks would then be kind of a moot point. Because you just run straight to the refinery with the pipes. If I moved the plant there, it'd be a lot better. For the plant, at least. I think this is fine. I think this is good. We just need to go cut some trees from a couple industries, and then we're ready to roll. Okay, maybe I need to fly over the industry so that I can cut this stuff out. Wait. Are the trees too ingrained in the building? Do I have to demolish this so that I can cut down the trees real quick around the area? That's annoying. Alright, stamp mill. Oh, come on! Bruh, it's like, no! Really? Really? How much bigger do I need to go? Also, you know, hold on, let's set the day cycle back to midday. Deforestation time! When the EPA was non-existent. Think you can't delete them inside of the building? Yeah, I have learned that the unfortunately, frustratingly hard way. Gotta cut them all down before placing this building. Oh well. Make a big clear area for the trees? Nah, I like keeping the trees close whenever I can. Alright. That looks good. The industry has easy access to the back stuff, so that's not a concern. And the front stuff is at a good level. Perfect, perfect. Measure twice, cut once. I mean, in this case, it's more like measure twice, cut 3 times, and then realize that you've cut too much and be sad and depressed. Please tell me that this'll at least cut properly, right? Please. Please tell me I don't have to replace the dredge. Okay, good. Good, thank goodness. I'll leave the stationary engine in there as a valve piston or slider. We can check. First, let me cut down a few more trees. Measure twice. Cut 4 to 5 times. Swear a lot. Reload the save. Accurate description of the map building experience. I do not miss this experience. I forgot how annoying it was to cut down 70 trees. I wish I never had to, but here we are. Should I make a boxcar, a hopper, or a flat? I'd start with a flat. Let's get a little practice on something simple. That's what I do in your shoes. Sad that they made the new logo so expensive. I am glad that it's so expensive, but I understand why. Yeah, it's so strong. But hey, it's sort of like an end game engine in a way. Gotta go, and I don't think I'll be back. I'll be able to be back before the end of stream, so bye. Alright, and have a good one, man. Take care, take care. What do you think of the new UI stuff? I hate the thing that pops in when I'm just trying to, like, take a screenshot. But aside from that, I like it. I love this little UI at the bottom of the screen. It's very intuitive, it's very simple, and everything makes sense after you use it for a little bit. I don't like the engine UI. I still think that it's extremely cluttered. And there's a lot of information that's going on, some of it which you really do not need. One semi-famous RRO YouTuber started a new series on the new map, and halfway into episode 1 had the new engine, just made it boring then. I mean, to be fair, it is the new exciting thing, and showing off the new exciting thing is a way to get good views. And it's what people want to experiment with, it's what people want to see. What do you think of the little radial menu? I haven't used it all that much. Because, like, what am I supposed... I guess I could use it for logging, but I'm not used to it. Re-railing, same there. And for demolishing tracks, same there. It's just not something I'm used to, really. Hardware Games, oh god, I haven't heard that name in a year, and for good goddamn reason. I'm not surprised. That sounds like the kind of person that he is. Are we going to check that stationary? What's stationary? Huh? What are we looking for? Prefer Kurbo, not gonna lie. Honestly, I do too, but that's in part because I have a personal grudge against Ard for something that he did a while ago, and Kurbo has actually joined live streams and been pretty chill and cool here. So, like... Also, I don't know how I forgot to cut down the trees in this industry. Don't look at me. I am stupid. They updated Pine Valley to have the new industries and tree variants. Hey, Croissant, what do you think I'm doing right now? It would be nice if all the maps had the new industries, but I can understand why they probably wouldn't focus too much on that right now. However disappointing it may be. But, like, how do you add the new industries to this map? You know, like, the way I'm doing it is kind of just trying to find half-decent locations and saying, okay, that's good enough, you know? So I get why they wouldn't want to add them. Gold mine was a nightmare enough. Oh, I guess I did just kind of replace where the iron mine was for that. You should have seen us, Croissant, before we just stole Lunar Ridge and decided to reuse it. It was a big headache. Oh man, I just realized how close to the hill this is. Let's move this industry a little bit. There we go, much better. Could at least add some more variety in tree gradients for this place. I know it's called Pine Valley, but seeing some birch would be nice. I mean, I kind of wish this map was a little bit more like Lake Valley. Some more flatter areas. Some more tree variety. But alas... the lowlands would have different trees. Exactly, like, give us some variety. Give us some eye candy. At the same time, though, I can understand that this map is kind of outdated, all things considered. Alright. Map done. Mostly. I think I've cut down anything. Can anybody remember anything I might have missed to do? Something I might have forgotten? So if 1.0 was to have a default map, you think the Alaska one is it, and PV is considered legacy or something like that? Yes, absolutely. PV is not designed for how many industries the game has in this day and age. Goldmine? Goldmine is up. Hold on. Let me get some flight speed going. Goldmine is in a pretty simple location. I don't think we need to worry about it, but I'll check, just in case. I guess I could remove the trees around the loading docks here. That's something I could do. Dredge is fine. Oil field, coal mine, iron mine, wheat farm, refinery, sawmill, logging camp, freight depot, meat packing plant, dredge, iron smelter. Excuse me. All of those we were already done. Same with the gold smelter. Cattle farm, REA, ironworks, water well. Are those literally the only industries we placed that we had to cut down trees today for? We definitely did the ironworks. We definitely just did the cattle farm. We did the REA. We did... Oh, the stamp mill also. We did the stamp mill. We did the water well. Hello, Pocky! Welcome to the stream. Oh, what is this map? It's Lunar Ridge. I'll show you. If we go down to the sawmill. Right over here. Oh my god, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, much better. Man, dude, I really gotta get down to the shop and buy myself that Shay so I can just have a replica Annabelle. Perfect. And I will save the game right here. What did we name this? Wasn't it Luna Ravine? There we go, Luna Ravine. God, that picture is so beautiful, though. Well, it does happen to be 4 p.m., which is the time I usually call it quits. To be fair, this map is pretty good, even if it's Pine Valley. You mean where I place my industries? Or do you mean Pine Valley, period? I just got stabbed by a spring from my mattress. Yeah, I hope it's not a bad stab. I hope all is well. I hope you are safe and physically okay and you haven't got gangrene or something. Remember, blood stays on the inside. That is a threatening statement. I could do a Lake Valley map. I think for now, though, we have our Pine Valley design. Oh, there is something I need to do. There is one thing I need to do. Before we end the stream, I guess we're going to have to take a couple minutes to do this, but... WIP... No, we don't want WIP 2. We want... Personal save. Because this is the one that we weren't editing earlier in the stream. Luna Ridge 2 Electric Boogaloo. No, my cheats! They're dead! I can't cheat anymore. Okay, maybe I have to do this off camera. I was gonna go ahead. I was gonna take this version of the save. I guess before we end stream, let me ask you all one question. So, for this little logging route that I have that runs between the sawmill and one of the two logging camps to start off this Aurora Falls save, I figured I would give people the Ferry's Cliff House because it's an engine that not many people are going to use because it's way too expensive and it's kind of inefficient. But should I leave the player with a Class 48 as an alternate engine because it is another small tank engine but it's a wood burner, or should I get a different engine of some kind? Should I go for, say, a small Porter, which is a little bit weaker, but it's a wood burner, it has a nice starter engine? Should I go for a Montezuma that's painted in black, because it's about the same tractive effort, a little bit weaker, but again a wood burner, and you kind of get a nice tender engine to start with? Should I get something that is weaker, but maybe a little bit out of proportion compared to the size of the Ferry's Cliff House? Or should I stick with the strong engine because it fits in? Give us a Betsy with a Zuma tender. That's one way of fixing the problem. That's one way of doing it. Monty with a different chimney to go with the C48. Because everyone is just going to default to... That is true. Everybody's just going to default to the C48. Problem is that the grade here is a 3%, and that is something to consider. But we could go... Can make this Monty. Or... something. A Eureka... I think a Eureka would be a little bit too strong. But... seeing a lot of people saying ditch the 48, so it seems off camera, that's what I'll do. After I get my cheats back. Another Ferris and Cliff House. The reason I didn't want to get another FMC is because some people don't like running coal-burning engines before they have access to the coal mine. And I can understand why they'd feel that way, you know, especially since this is the smallest coal-burning engine in the game. So I don't think it's unfair for them to be a little bit concerned. Eureka is too strong, but the C-48 with 4,000 pounds attractive effort is just fine. Yeah, of course it is, TK. 6 handcars coupled together. 5. You know, we could do a Shay. We could make Annabelle number 4. That's an option. Hello, I'm back. Hi, back. I'm Dad. Alright. Off camera, I'll change it to a zoom. That's what I'll do. With that, I'm getting hungry. Thank you all for joining today. It has been a blast. Kind of took a little bit of a detour because I realized that the original plan was a bit more ambitious than I was ready for, but hey, we still got something done today, and we'll have some sort of quick video on Monday. I hope you all enjoyed today. I certainly have. And I will see you all on Sunday. Take care, folks.